Test. Folks, are we live? What's going on here? Alright, we do have some people watching. Is my computer working correctly? Vaughn is asking, was this a forecasted exercise? Yes, it was. So give me a moment here. Let me make sure that each stream links to the other one. And then we will address your question. But yeah, this was a forecasted exercise. Not with a ton of conviction, but that it happened is really not a surprise. And I would say in the last 12 or so hours, it became obvious. I thought that this would be kicking off. There are some questions still, and we'll be talking about those. Okay, so this is the no commentary stream. So let me post a link and pin it in the other one. Pin. And then this one. I've got to go post in the other one. So that way, okay, they're both linking to each other, and you guys can pick whichever one you would rather want to watch. Let me update the info box on the other stream as well. Same time, pinned in the chat box, and also linked on the front of the Neat Intel YouTube channel. Okay, hopefully that will avoid any confusion. So, folks, let's go from the top right now. And the top would be the Neat Intel YouTube channel. So if you're watching this stream right now, you're watching this one with the exciting thumbnail, and believe me, we'll talk about the exciting thumbnail. I want to talk about the exciting thumbnail. You guys want me to talk about the exciting thumbnail. We will talk about it. But if you don't want to listen to me ramble, if you just want an SDR, that's the other stream, which some people are watching right now. Oh. Something is broadcast. Maybe a little noise. I think we need a better SDR in California. I don't think we need this one in Washington. At least not right now. It looks like nothing is happening in Washington. How about this one? Now, why am I so concerned about getting an SDR in California? Well, it's fairly obvious when it's working. 5, audio. All right, so we'll see if this SDR in California does better. The other one is in California. It's on KPH, but I don't want to double book the SDR. We are just going to focus on the West Coast for now, because you can see with the map on the right of your screen, there's only one E6 airborne right now. It is in a 12-hour reserved airspace, which is what that countdown on the bottom right of your screen is counting down to the expiration of that airspace reservation, which is what flagged for us the likelihood of a Skymaster event. Michael Graham comments, West Coast, best coast. Absolutely, yes. Because it rhymes, you know, that's how you know it's true. Now, in terms of forecasting it, it's a very good question. And as you guys know, the Neat Intel X account is a direct companion to this YouTube channel. And if you drill down to earlier in the month, I gave a fairly open-ended forecast. I said, it's the end of the fiscal year. September of 2023 had two Skymaster events. We documented one of them on this channel. The other one I actually don't know too much about. But I said, this September 2024, maybe there will be a stream. Or sorry, maybe there will be a Skymaster event. Or maybe there won't be. I wasn't super confident, especially with the first half of the month, but it did become, I think, more and more likely as we reached the end. I kind of said, I'm okay talking about September 25th as the forecast for a Skymaster event. I talked about that more on stream. I talked about that more in the Discord. You will find posts in the Jang Wanyang Skymaster Surveillance Committee Discord where I kind of said verbatim, I think September 25th is a possible Skymaster exercise date. And sort of more in the last few hours, after quite a few busy days, I flagged this airspace reservation, and we'll take a look at it on the screen. And I thought, this one is odd. 12-hour airspace reservation, isn't that a Skymaster affair? And we've been talking about that for quite a while now. 22 hours ago. We had some noise going on. We had this airspace reservation, which, listen, let's put that one to the side. I'm really not sure it's related. But we did also have some interesting automatic link establishment signals, and not documented on X so much, but in the Discord and in the chat boxes, we were noticing a lot of interesting air radio checks from B-52s and things like that, and I thought, and it was kind of on that basis. 3 hours ago, I decided to double down on that forecast, and I said, condition orange. And if you guys are interested, I go through the rationale, the caveats there, etc. And a little after 0206 Zulu, not even half an hour ago at this point. Oh, actually around half an hour ago. I said, no, we heard it on stream that there's a Skymaster event, and that's pretty much where we're at. Now, I'm seeing some, hold on here. Hold on, folks. Bear with me. Bear with me this evening as we work through this. Up North, as always, supported the channel. Thank you, Up North. And Wanderer also just put in a super chat. I want to make sure I shout it out. He was going to request an Aqua update. Do you feel like there is more odd stuff going on recently, and do you think it's tied to real world? If you've been watching the live streams the past few days, we've definitely been catching a lot more stuff than usual. I think it's a mix of we know better how to look for this stuff. Oops, both these SDRs are frozen. It's okay, I'm keeping an eye on the no commentary stream and the background. Like I said, I've got 3 computers in front of me, so no worries, we didn't miss anything while I've been talking. But to Wanderer's question, yeah, I think it's a mix. I do think there's probably more stuff going on. But I think a lot of the increase here is motivated by the fact that we know how to look for things. I wonder if I can briefly pull up Excel for a moment and throw that up on screen and not have everything freeze on me on the computer. Hopefully this works. Properties, doc, Excel. There we go. Now there's one caveat here, which is we missed one. I'm fairly certain we missed one on September 10th of this year. But this is just a list of all the octopus messages that we have found documentation of. Now, just looking at the last 2 years, so this year and last year, we think there's at least 8 or 9 octopus messages broadcast this year, and that's probably a very low estimate. We've probably missed a bunch. But compare that to 2023, where we only were aware of 4. We've doubled at least compared to last year, then compared to 2022, 3. Before that, we have to go all the way back to 2019. I think we're just better at finding these things, but it is also, I think, entirely possible that more of these things are happening in response to geopolitical events. I think the U.S. military is now sort of realizing they need to kick these systems back up given the current geopolitical environment. Kelly Reed just dropped a $10 super sticker. Thank you very much. And I know someone else just dropped like a few dollars earlier towards the end of the previous stream. I don't know if I properly shouted them out. Let me see if I can find that in the YouTube. Steph. Thank you, Steph, for your support as well. Now, guys, the reason I do these streams, why I run the channel, I've talked about this a few times, but this isn't my background. You know, I'm not in the military. I'm not ex-military. I'm not some intelligence officer or a Chinese spy. I'm also not a YouTube grifter or anything like that. Although the sponsorship does keep stuff sustainable and etc. I'm trying to encourage, because when I came across this hobby, it felt like a lot of the people that I was talking to and asking questions didn't really know much about what was going on here. They didn't seem to have a good sense for, you know, what's the typical daily traffic for the HFGCS and stuff like that. So I've been working on documenting that. And one of the things that has really stuck out are these Skymaster exercises, Skymaster events, as we're calling them. And that's been a primary interest of me these last few months, and probably the reason I'll continue to monitor the HFGCS. And what I really want to do is make sure that I am encouraging a thing where you guys are actively involved in this as well, as if you find it interesting. So that's why I do the commentary stream. That's why I put out those, you know, bright color notifications, and all that stuff. As I commented on X, you know, I bring this to your attention to say, hey, if you're interested in this stuff, you know, this might be a better time than usual to listen to the HFGCS. Because we're kind of beginning to figure out, hey, look at this E6 that has a 12-hour airspace reservation. That's not how long those airspace reservations usually last. I wonder if that means we're going to hear weird messages. And we have already heard once, at a little around 0206, we heard one Skymaster format message, and we expect to hear more over the next 10 hours or so. Redonk, $5. Thank you very much for your support of the channel. And thanks everyone who's tuned in right now and for everyone who's supporting. Now, in terms of what you can expect with tonight's stream, I will say, we can talk about the thumbnail now. In terms of, like I said, getting people's attention, and hopefully getting them interested in monitoring this stuff, my secret goal is actually someone comes along with, you know, more money, more technology, more starts, and basically just blows me out of the water and covers these events a lot better than I've been doing. That hasn't happened yet. We've had people who are better at grifting, and, you know, saying that these military exercises are actually the beginning of, World War III, or an ICBM just flew over my house, or all kinds of nonsense like that. And that is an unfortunate consequence of YouTube, but that's not really what I'm looking to cultivate or foster. Let's say hypothetically, if today I was too sick, or if I was too busy to cover this, I would want that we're at a position where I'm like, oh, actually, I know this other channel is going to cover it, and they're going to do a lot better job of it. And that hasn't happened yet. Hasn't happened. So I'm hoping that happens. Um, and what, so that's why the thumbnail is what it is. We want to attract a larger audience, and then hopefully, just law of percentages, someone with the means, knowledge, etc., comes along and says, "Hey, this is interesting. I can cover this and do a much better job." We do a good job on this channel, because it has become more of a group effort the last few months. It's a shame Paulus slash Null in the chat box isn't here right now. Um, he's a little too busy, but he helped identify the possibility of this. The Intel Frog also on X helped out with identifying this. But what I will say, as as silly as the thumbnail is, and maybe let's just bring that up on the screen. I'm simultaneously proud of the thumbnail and feel like I do have to dedicate part of the live stream to talking about it. Let's just throw it up on the screen again for, I think we're about to have traffic actually. Maybe. Maybe not. Let's give it a second. That's the thumbnail. It's a good thumbnail. Right? There it is. All right, we've talked about it. That's the motive. But you click that thumbnail, yeah, there's a nuclear explosion, but look at the top of the screen. It says exercise. It's highlighted in yellow. The same information paragraph I always have on screen. A Skymaster event is a military exercise. If you're coming here, I'm not going to drum this up into anything, bigger than it is. It's not real. This isn't actually World War III. Nothing is happening as such. I'm a big nothing ever happens guy. So, and we've said during previous streams, if anything was actually happening, I wouldn't be I wouldn't be on YouTube. I might put out a post on X. That's about the best you would get. All respect. Because I would be running for my bunkers, as it were. Now, folks, along those lines, what I want you to do right now, in addition to watching the stream, is if you know how to use an SDR, perchance, think of it this way. The No Commentary stream has 11175 in California covered. This one right now, this is Nevada on 11175, so it's a little bit redundant. This is 8992 in California. That's another frequency covered. I'm listening also to 8992 in kind of the central US, 4724 in Washington State. So I've got those frequencies covered, I think, decently. Not too much going on, but keep an eye on it. There could also be other stuff going on. So this is kind of a improv. We're kind of doing this on the seat of our pants. Let's see if I can pull this up because I just saw this post. No dead air on stream. No dead air on stream. Eagle A1. This is probably not directly related, but I just noticed it. I thought I would bring that up on screen. What is this? South Korean military? I don't know if this is related. I don't actually know what that is. Do I have that on screen for you right now? Yeah, we do. All right, so let's leave that. But yeah, if you guys see other things, let me know. Because these military exercises, they're not going to get covered that well on other accounts. And if anyone else is covering it on YouTube, from what I've seen, they're either piggybacking off what the work we're doing here, which, I mean, fine, but I don't really know the motive for their doing that, and I don't have reason to suspect it's good. And then there's also people who are piggybacking, and we know for sure it's not good. They're just there to hype it up. Now, some of you are wondering, and we've been talking for a little bit here, what is a Skymaster event? Like, what is this that we're listening to? What was that message earlier? So, this is kind of what I've been working towards because I felt, when I first heard one of these in February of 2023, I literally had no idea what it was. And then I happened to hear some more Skymaster messages in April, and then later in the year. Uh, and this year, I've really been starting to both put together documentation of what's going on this year and more time to look back and see who's documented Skymaster events in the past. What did they think it was? What do other people say these things are? Um, it is an exercise, but I think this is actually rehearsing, for lack of a better term, and as clickbaity as it is, kind of the opening salvos of, if you like, a World War III. But you don't need to use that loaded language. You can just say they're practicing either proactive or reactive attacks against a peer adversary. In other words, another nuclear capable country, or at least someone of significant power. The full might of the U.S. military would be necessary as a instrument of attack. And I'm going to pull up, just for some more context for you guys, a list of Skymaster events so far this year, if I can get that working. Why isn't it showing up? Microsoft PowerPoint. There we go. All right, so it's not quite centered correctly. Because of course it isn't. Can we fix that? Is that better? It's a little better. It'll do for now. These are the ones we know about last year. These are the ones so far, and we're going to add today's later. And this is like the historical rate of them. You'll have to take a screenshot of that and zoom in. But let's see. I think this one in 2023. Sorry, this was the first time I heard one myself. And then if you go back on other forums, we'll go on HF Underground right now, actually. Because this is another resource for you guys to have access to. So HF Underground, this is a forum used by, shortwave radio monitors for all kinds of frequencies, hobbyists, military monitors, whatever you like. But SIGINT is the username of someone who's been monitoring for a while, and you'll get an idea when you look through their logs, the rate of some of the messages, what the messages look like during these events, etc. And you can go through that. I've posted in this a few times as well. But you get an idea of, what do these messages look like? And not to toot my own horn too much here, but, if you go on the Neat Intel YouTube channel and you scroll down, we do have a playlist that's just special coverage of Skymaster events. You can look through those. Oh, also there's some non-Skymaster event stuff, but you can look through that and get an idea. And the idea right now is kind of interesting. Let's just go back to having the SDRs on screen. I don't want to miss anything. So let's do something. SK. Let's change the frequency. This is just per chance. You guys may have seen on streams the last few days, we've been tuning into these lower frequency bands and seeing if we can pick up some digital transmissions. Because we're not hearing anything on 8992, so let's throw this one to 22.7, which is a frequency they use for VLF in the Pacific. We'll just have that on the side. Chances we hear something are low, but we'll have that available to us. We're continuing to monitor 11175. Let's open up a third tab. We'll have Washington, D.C. on screen. 11175 is fine there as well. Just to make sure the audio is okay. Okay. Oh, and just as a test, I want to make sure audio is working, so we're going to have some sound for a little bit. All right. Now, we've got the map on the right, but let's actually bring it into focus because this is really where we're kind of stuck right now, if you like, in terms of figuring out what's going to happen next. So this is Alpha Echo 041B. He is in a airspace reservation that is going to last for another 10 hours. And he is flying around in that airspace. He's doing what, in any other scenario, we would say, yeah, whatever, E6s do that. He might broadcast an EAM. But we haven't heard any EAMs so far today. And when I say today, I mean September 25th, Universal Coordinated Time, which is the time zone that the military uses. They call it Zulu time, where it's now 3 a.m. Usually what the E6s do, even in this situation, is they rebroadcast EAMs that are first broadcast by the ground station. We haven't heard any EAM broadcast by the ground station so far. We actually last heard one about 5 hours ago. But that's kind of too long. It's really unlikely that the E6 is going to rebroadcast that one. So we're watching and waiting. And just so that we're clear, we're talking about this guy. This guy here, he's actually he hasn't moved around for I don't know how long. So it's really just this one we're worried about. We're gonna refresh this and zoom out. Oh, hold on. 1 second. Now this is all, the entire US continental. If you're not familiar with the site, gray means grounded, and orange means fairly low to the ground. This is, 1,500 feet in the air, but it hasn't moved in hours because it turned its transponder off hours and hours ago. In other words, it's really just this one that is up in the air and active right now. It's the only one that's been active for quite a while. So this may end up being a smaller Skymaster, a mini Skymaster, if you will. If we go back to PowerPoint, oh, I thought I called one of these. Okay, there we go. The one in May of 2024 was also like a mini Skymaster event, which I actually need to watch this one as well myself to refresh. So we're going to take a moment. See if we can find that summary that I did. Except there's an ad. Why is there an ad? Unbelievable. Okay, we can skip. Oh, this isn't even the right video. No, what did I do? This one.
On May 15th.
Okay, hold on. I've got to mute my audio, or at least put headphones on, so that you guys don't have too much echo. So this is a summary of the May Skymaster event.
In 2024, there was a Skymaster event broadcast on the Hfgcs.
Skymaster, one message of 4 items, follow, stand by, Skymaster.
A Mercury E6 off the east coast of the United States was involved, and from radio checks in the hours leading up to the event, we can reasonably speculate the B-52s out of Barksdale Air Force Base were also involved. The exact start time of the exercise is not clear at this time, but potentially relevant radio traffic seems to have started around 1725 Zulu, and the airspace reservation for the E6 involved started from 1900 and lasted to 0200 Zulu. Radio activity seems to have mostly concluded around 0130 Zulu. Skymaster events are an unofficial term for radio activity heard on U.S. military radio frequencies during apparent military exercises, in reference to the active use of the call sign Skymaster during them. The May 15, 2024 event was at least the 5th such event in this year alone. Because the events seem to occur around the same time of the year every year, the approximate dates can be anticipated in advance. On both twitter.com/neatintel and on the Neat Intel YouTube channel, I shared information about a week before this event, suggesting it could occur around this time. Thanks to collecting data on previous dates of Skymaster events, I have previously been able to anticipate dates and times of several other Skymaster events these past few months. If you have questions about Skymaster events, you can follow me on Twitter and on YouTube. Let me know if you have questions, because I will put together a question and answer video based on inquiries.
All right, hold on. That video is not related. So that is the summary of May. You get a sense that that one is fairly small. This one is starting to feel fairly small as well. Oh, I think we might have something coming. No, it's in Washington. Hold on. Hold on. Nope, nothing. Now, folks, it won't be a surprise to any of you, or it shouldn't be, I hope. I'm not going to stream for the next 10 hours, or at least I'm not going to do commentary for the next 10 hours. The no commentary stream will continue to run overnight with no problems. But this one, we're kind of stuck. Well, hold on. Let me start over. The no commentary stream should be able to run for the next 10 hours with no trouble, and then when we all, assuming we're all in North America, wake up tomorrow, that recording will be available for us to look through and see, what was broadcast on 11175 kilohertz in the last, 10 or so hours. Unless that SDR freezes, which it might do, I'm not sure. That's slightly out of my control, especially when I'm asleep. So hopefully it works. It should work, but there could be a hiccup. If it does freeze halfway through, we'll have to deal with that in the morning. This right now, I should be available for the next several hours, and we'll see what happens. This is not the most eventful Skymaster event we've had. It's fairly obvious. We've just had one broadcast. It's just one E6 who's flying in an airspace reservation which lasts 12 hours. Is he really just going to fly around for 12 hours? I don't know. We're going to find out, basically. How many Skymaster messages will we hear? I don't know. I don't know. We're basically watching and finding out in real time. Now, usually with these Skymaster events, if you've watched previous streams, I've always said we hit this point where there's like a lull, and that makes me think, oh my goodness, is it already over? And eventually it comes back, roaring back. And what we figured out from monitoring later is actually during those periods when it's not active, we think it's actually active on other frequencies. Non-standard frequencies, which I suck at finding. Is that happening right now? My guess is no. And my guess is no, kind of solely because we haven't heard any EAMs proper yet. We've just heard one Skymaster message about an hour ago. A fairly simple message. I didn't note it down. I'm sure someone who's watching right now noted it, but I think it was Echo E4, Echo 5, something like that. Which, we don't really have any insight on what those messages look like or anything. And I'll have to revisit that recording later because at that point I was kind of just, flipping around and preparing thumbnails in post to say, yes, it's happening. I didn't have them automated and ready. Because I want to make sure I do those manually so that, there's never a false alarm because I scheduled something wrong. But that's okay. Oh, I thought I saw a comment, but it vanished. Parzival asks, what plane can have the Skymaster event? So we think at this point, or I think at the, well, I'm just going to use I more often, not to be narcissistic, but just not to rope other people in necessarily into what might just be my idea. So in terms of like who is the Skymaster, it's more of a who are in some situations. And it seems to me like it's usually E6s, which we know broadcast EAMs normally. They seem to kind of play the role of Skymaster during these events. Planes will talk to them as Skymaster. They won't necessarily identify as Skymaster, but if someone's like, hey, Skymaster, they will answer. You see something similar occasionally with the Hfgcs ground station operators. When a plane says they want to talk to mainsail, the ground station will occasionally answer. And not as mainsail. Sometimes they'll say, this is West Coast, this is Andrews. They might use the daily HFGCS call sign. The E6s are kind of doing something similar with the Skymaster call sign. Now, who is radioing into them? Seems like it's B-52s. And that would make sense given our speculation about what these Skymaster events are, which is, practicing bombing the heck. I've already sworn once this week by accident, so I've used up my cussing for the channel. But yeah, that's B-52s practicing either, bombing someone or maybe like doing a recon, and then they report, either on the success of their, rehearsed bombing run or, their rehearsed reconnaissance to Skymaster. So I think those are the two main planes that are involved. You might also expect, refuelers to be part of this. Not sure how they fit in, though. That's kind of a tangential speculation on my part. I mean, obviously they're going to be around. Bellerophon has put in a couple comments. Thank you, Bellerophon, for being here right now. I appreciate it. I don't know if I read this comment earlier, but he commented, looking at the orbit of the E6, he may have a wire out, but there's no known traffic as of now. So yeah, that's what I've been talking about, just this E6, which you guys are seeing on the side. It is flying around, but we're not sure what it's going to broadcast, if it's going to broadcast, what it's really doing at this time. Blair Fun has also commented, the aircraft sent his 4-element group, so that Skymaster message shortly after 0200. So that was sent in the blind. He did not receive an acknowledgement from a Skymaster, but he did raise the Hfgcs, who he ignored. So that is interesting. And also that in the August Skymaster, there were B-52s and B-2s. Thank you for that. Griffin Smith, where are they flying? So we looked at this during the tail end of the daytime stream. But if you go on the FAA's, website for airspace reservations, this is the airspace reservation that we're very interested in right now. If you copy this text and you use the NOTAM mapper, or the Notice to All Airmen mapper, which was designed by John Wiseman, who has an X account, that's where I know him from, you can paste the text in and map it, and it'll actually show you the airspace reservation and where it is. Another channel that is good if you want to familiarize yourself with this stuff, PDGLS.
Hi, folks. It
He
is Neat
hasn't been
Intel.
active the
It
last
is
couple
Tuesday,
weeks, but he has all kinds of recordings of military audio that you guys might be interested in addition to just, HFGCS audio. But we've learned from him how to decode very low frequency broadcasts. He's given us quite a few tips on how to keep an eye out for Skymaster events, and some of his more recent event videos kind of show you how some of this stuff works. So you see that red box? Hopefully that's on the screen for you guys right now. Yes, it is. That's the airspace that's reserved. That is what we just saw on the mapper. And that is where the E6 is. That's where Bro is flying right now. He's in that red box. And again, I mentioned this earlier, I'll mention again. That's fine. They usually kind of fly to that area. That's kind of like their area. But they usually only do it for a few hours. So when it's a lot longer, like the way it is right now, this 12-hour airspace reservation, that is at least a cue to say, hey, there might be a Skymaster event. And sometimes there are these big Skymaster events. Which again, if we pull up PDGLS's video again, you'll just see the thumbnail. So you'll see on the Pacific, the Bravo airspace, the Kelly airspace, then you'll see on the Atlantic region. So, east of New York, you see these additional regions. And then you also see the Gulf of Mexico. I can tell you guys right now, very probable that there's going to be a Skymaster event in January of 2025. You can write this down if you want. Oh shoot, the first is a Wednesday as well. That makes it a little bit tricky. But I'll be around. I may take a break in December. But I will say January 8th, January 15th, decent odds of Skymaster event on one of those days. And that's probably going to be all through relevant airspaces. So all of the ones that are highlighted in red in the screenshot, and also the Gulf of Mexico. What's going on right now is like a smaller one, apparently. It's just the big red box on the left. They seem to potentially be dynamic. It's frozen again. That's fine. We haven't missed anything. They're not these static things. They seem to shift in how big they are and how many players are involved, and etc. So there's that for you. Wanderer 1911 asks, any idea on who, which plane, if it is a plane, is Sky King? I don't. I have heard Sky King too few times to understand who or what Sky King is. I thought I had an idea, and I think other people also thought we had an idea. But without going into the details, Again, we can look at my YouTube channel. This recording of a Sky King message that happened a few months ago. Really, I don't understand Sky King at all. I don't know, because before I thought it was just like a procedure. Now it seems like it might be a specific plane. One of the names you guys should be aware of when you are monitoring the Hfgcs. And there, believe me, there are a few names you should be familiar with, but just this is one of the names that's done a lot of documentation. The late great Larry Van Horn, who has contributed to a great many things in this hobby, and I've kind of become familiar with mostly in post. Is this the one that I'm looking for? Yes, it is. So he has a document.
Any station, any station.
So his definition
02, VLF check, 11175.
anything to contradict it. It says here, Sky King is the collective call sign for all single integrated operational plan committed aircraft and missile crews. Its meaning is all of those copy the following message. Oh, there was just something on 11175. So that's on the no commentary stream. So we've not missed it.
This is Slipmore. Slipmore, 11175. Taking your last over. Slipmore, chill 02. Just looking for a positive two-way check. Chill 02 has you loud and clear as well. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So just some radio checks between some I was about to say without even thinking. I was going to say B-52s. Do we know for sure that that is a B-52 call sign? I think we do. I don't have the URL on screen, but like if you guys know how to use Google and stuff, you will be able to find that. Compiled by Ron, military call sign list. You might even type that in and get it. But chill has two possibilities, but given the context and the fact that I recognize those voices because I've been doing this so long, chill beef corresponds to B-52s out of Minot, I apologize, Air Force Base in North Dakota. So there we go. There's that covered. So there are B-52s involved. I did find it interesting, and this could be for a variety of factors, so take it with a grain of salt. Seemed like the DC SDR was getting better reception than this one in Nevada, however you might prefer it. I would expect the opposite, but it could just be that this SDR is iffy. They could also be more centrally located than West Coast, which I've been kind of assuming. But if we zoom out and just look at how many how many E6s are active right now, it's still just the one over the Pacific. You know, the gray ones haven't actually been active for a while. The orange one hasn't moved. It turned off its transponder while it was still in the air. We can actually filter for just today. And that's based, so just, you know, in the last 3.5 hours or so, this is the only plane that's active. So the other ones are kind of, how do I put it? Not misleading, but they're not actually doing anything. You don't have to worry about them. Yeah, chill 52 is almost certainly a B-52. Or sorry, chill 02, whatever it was. Chills are B-52s. You can be fairly certain of that. The exceptions are rare. And again, I As weird as it sounds, it's just because I've done a few of these now, I recognize one of those voices. Not like as a person, I want to be able to pick the guy out on the street, but just over the Hfgcs, I recognize the voice. I think that all was in response to a question from Wonder, which was, do I have any idea who Sky King is? We don't. I don't. We have an idea. We can go back now. If I've not lost it. Have I lost it? I think I've lost it. Oh, right here. How's that showing on your screen? I actually want to make an updated version of this, just because some of the call signs I've heard. I don't think I've ever heard Hilda Global. I've definitely never heard Denali. Never heard that one before. Yes, a lot of this I think has changed, but anyways, that would kind of be the functional definition of Sky King, but in terms of how Sky King is used in practice, a little different in ways I can't tangibly speak to. And then you'll also see Skymaster, the collective call sign to all US STRATCOM airborne command post. Yeah, I don't think so, actually. I don't think so. I can't expand on that for now. Right, at least now, I don't think that definition would fit. I think we've seen that sort of challenged in the last few months. If I remember correctly, at one point, a ground station was acting as Skymaster. And practically, it's really just the E6s that are acting as Skymasters from what we've seen so far. Is that maybe not exactly US STRATCOM? That could work, because they are... No, that might still be valid, because I could just be misremembering a ground station acting as call sign. We've got to relook at that one. That was the August event. Or maybe I just have to look at it again because I have a bad memory. But we'll say that definition works well enough for now. Because E6s, when they're in the air, they do count as a HFGCS command post, and I assume that actually means like Stratcom command post. So yeah, that works. They count as like a station. Like you'll hear them refer to themselves or be referred to when they're communicating with HFGCS ground stations. They themselves are also stations. It's just semantics. It's nothing that you need to like memorize or anything like that. Bellerophon, the aircraft with the 0206 Zulu group has been identified as Flop 12 by another active monitor. I think I heard it. Yeah, I heard plop a few times. It could be flop, it could be plop. I was complaining during the previous stream at some point that that's actually what cued me up to think that this was likely, because they seem to pick very bad call signs for this. I don't know if that's like on purpose because they want to test how good people's like hearing is or like how resilient is communication if people get confused about call signs, but that doesn't surprise me, honestly. I'm not fixed on whether it's plop or flop. That's fair enough. I would be interested who else documented that if you're able to share that. Not now, at some point later, but yeah. And I guess it goes without saying because I think I just said that in passing. I'm assuming those are B-52s. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's something else. Maybe they're B2s. I don't know. The E6, we haven't zoomed in on a while. We can zoom in on it again. At least for now. And I'll trust you guys to keep an eye out if any other E6s are doing stuff. But he is still flying his little loop-de-loops. That is the appropriate military terminology. I checked with them. They said, yes, you are correct. We do call them loop-de-loops. I said, yeah, thank you. I don't know what else would you possibly call them, honestly. This is interesting. Just looking through who's documenting this, who's observing this event. Just to see, is there anything I'm missing that other people have got? Is there anything I can share with you guys right now? I don't think you guys should be able to hear that, but one of the SDRs I'm monitoring on another computer is just picking up a lot of static. I think it's just local interference. Let me check that is not on your screen right now. Okay. Interesting. I'm actually just going back. I may as well do this on screen, because we do have the no commentary stream if I end up talking over anything. What was the one at the end of September last year? Like around this time, literally, 365 days ago, plus or minus a few. Do I have that here? No, I don't. I have the August one. Where did we document the September? Hold on. That is in the PowerPoint. I'm aware that this is like not optimal. The goal, I think, really for this project is to start putting this information on the website so that it's easier for you guys, because I have to ping pong through so many things. Okay, September Skymaster 2, neat intel on EAM.watch. That was September 27th. Okay. So that is on a website that I used to contribute to. Oh, Korikins. Good night, Korikins. You'll have everything available tomorrow, hopefully, to review. So no worries there. All right, EAM.watch is a website we used to contribute transcriptions to. Not up to date so much anymore, but what you can do, is that showing up on screen for you guys? Yeah, it is. 2023-09, was it the 27th? Yep. Okay. That's showing up well enough on screen for you. So EAM.watch is a website I used to contribute to. Just transcriptions of Skymaster messages, transcriptions of EAMs, mostly test counts, all kinds of stuff. And what we can see, there was a Skymaster event on September 27th of last year, so that's what I put into the date search bar. And we're just looking through to get an idea of how active was traffic. Looks like it started around 21:15 last year. Oh, someone else entered these actually. About ship mold. Yeah, you can tell this is someone else because I wouldn't have made about ship 2 words. It's too long. Anyways. Oh, I know who entered these. If we go back. So this is page 1. We're just going in reverse order. Any player, mold 1-1 has 2 receipts of messages, woodwork, and missing the other player. Are there recordings? No, there aren't. Of course not. Did I? I didn't even put recordings. What a mess. Hold on. September 27th, 2023. Oh, there's a faster way of doing this. So if you go to the live tab on my channel, you sort by oldest. We're looking for September 27th. It's not here, is it? Oh, bingo. I haven't updated the thumbnail recently. Okay, so what you would be able to do if you cross-reference the EAM.watch transcriptions and timestamps, you will see documentation. Does this SDR work anymore? So I just have to note this down. 158, stop. 140.45.77. I think the chances this is still an SDR is really low, but I'm just curious where this was. Was this on the West Coast? The other thing we can do is, yeah, this is in Nevada. This is actually one of the SDRs that we had up on screen earlier. Let us do one more thing. Let's filter for September 27th, 2023. Oh, September 27th, 2023. Yeah, that's a little tough to tell because you had something goofy going on there. But you did have this guy over here. Did it go into the 28th? Oh, Lord. Okay. I'm not sure. I was hoping it would be very simple, another West Coast only thing. What? The spruce? Where was this guy? He's in Africa? Are you kidding me? Was that an E4? Yeah. Titan call sign. So that's unrelated. Let's take that down. Oh, and they've no, they're not frozen. Cool. Chris Clements, I don't see a press release for this on the NORAD X page. The last Skymaster events were posted on NORAD? Seriously? Because that's, Chris, if you're able to tag me on one of those recent NORAD posts, because I actually feel like we don't know what's going on with most of these events. Maybe I'll bring that up again, just to point out what exactly it is that I mean. Bringing up the PowerPoint. So, in terms of the Skymaster events that have happened so far this year, we found documentation for, well, this one wasn't exactly a Skymaster, but we know what that was because it was basically a photo op opportunity for an E6 over in Norway. We literally have pictures. This one, there was an E6 in Europe. It may have been part of a NATO exercise. It may not have been. This January thing happens every year in January. It's a pretty big exercise. We really should be able to figure that one out without too much effort. But for example, this one we only know anything about because a Russian account documented it. But like this one, I feel like we don't know what happened on April 18th. I feel like we don't know what happened on May 15th. I feel like we don't know what happened on August 21st. So like if you're saying there are NORAD press releases about what was going on those specific days, I would love to see that. I mean, that worst case scenario, that would be something I look into myself later on. I'll have to remember to take a note of that. Max 7 Radio Intercept. Have you visited any Phantom SDR sites? Beautiful new wideband web SDRs, high quality sound. I have not. I would like to, and then you say no Phantom SDR sites in North America. It's still going to be something I'm going to check out for personal interest. We occasionally do pop over and see what's going on with SDRs in other parts of the world. If there is one in Japan with no timeout limit, that would be sick. Oh, it's GitHub stuff. I'll have to look at that later. It's going to take me too much time to wrap my mind around on stream. Oops, I'm going to bring that up a little bit. So we do still have the E6. He's still flying around. He might do that. I don't know what their flying time is. In terms of fuel. And someone could show up and refuel him. That might even be something we should do. Instead of having this filter specific to the E6. Let's open it up a little bit. Don't allow filters. Military filter. There we go. What's in the area? Let's open this on the big screen. Front and center. All right, turn off label. We'll do this. Filter for military. We'll turn on the fancy night mode. Who's in the area? We have a Strato tanker, Tahoe 22. I'm just kind of listing off things that are kind of in the area. This is the guy we're interested in, right? This is our E6. This is another tanker. Not sure the call sign. Another tanker, he's flying over there. That's fine. A Globemaster. Plane. Okay, a couple comments in the chat box right now. Chris Clemens, so just so you know, you can't post links in YouTube. It's not me blocking it. It's YouTube blocking it unless I make you a mod, which respectfully, just as the first time you've shown up in the channel, I'm not in a rush to make anyone a mod the first time. So I'll look into that later. But Tanman, or sorry, NH Wildcat had a comment. Honestly, I have a bad memory also, but I believe when the last Skymaster exercise happened, we knew in advance it was going to happen. We know that a lot of them, when they're going to happen in advance, because they seem to be scheduled in advance. Like, these are recurring events. We'll throw up the PowerPoint again briefly. Like, if you compare the logic here, see, January 11th Skymaster, and it says it was second Wednesday of that month. And then you look at the January Skymaster in 2024, second Wednesday of the month. I'm not going to go through all of these examples for you, but that kind of gives you an idea of how I've been able to forecast them. And then in terms of notifying you guys, it's just keeping an eye out for airspace reservations and stuff like that on top of that. Some people do the reverse, or some people just go off airspace reservations, which both approaches have their pros and cons, but I don't know if anyone would have flagged the possibility of a Skymaster event today just going off the airspace reservation. I got the sense they might not have. Could be wrong on that. Could be misunderstanding. But just for example, so this one, September 27th, 2023 Skymaster, that was the fourth Wednesday of the month. What Wednesday is it right now? Fourth Wednesday of the month. Right? It's fairly straightforward. Although it is coming, I will say, rather transparently, it started about 12 hours earlier than I expected it would. But yeah, Noble Eagle, you're saying NORAD had a press release. I mean, we can try. August 21st. Oh, I remember this. I don't think this was related. This was something going on in Canada. I don't know. We'll take a look at that, though, because maybe these dates line up. Do any other dates line up? Do they have any explanation for April 18th? That's April 16th. That's not what I want. they explain January? Nope. I don't think that's it. We'll keep an eye on that, but I don't think that's it, I'll be honest. Nibris Chanter, if I'm reading your username correctly, what does condition red mean? Condition red would mean, compared to all the other times we, monitor the Hfgcs and listen for EAMs, that as compared to those times, we're expecting a lot more traffic because of what is known as a Skymaster event, or at least that's what we refer to it as. If you're not familiar with that and you're just joining us, in brief, it's a big deal military exercise. Although this one seems like it's on the much lower end of big deal, unless there's something I'm missing. Seems like a pretty quiet one. Nothing hyperactive. Still, we're going to remain on condition red. We did hear the term Skymaster. We'll continue to monitor this for... I mean, I won't do commentary for the next 9 hours, but I will be speaking and seeing what's going on for the next few hours, and the overnight stream with no commentary is running continuously, and between those two, we'll see what happens. I don't know if I've mentioned this, but my understanding is that there is also a military exercise going on in Europe right now. We can look at that briefly. Now, this is all the military aircraft that are showing up, at least on ADSB Exchange right now. Michael? Oh, that's Israel. Their plane is literally just called Michael. Okay. Reach, I don't know, etc. Alright, so that's fine. Military aircraft. We talked about this earlier. It doesn't actually look like it, though. There has been an Operation Gray Flag going on the last few days in California, which is a U.S. military exercise I don't know too much about. The bookmarks don't need to be there. I mean, they can be, they just don't need to be. That's our guy. He's still flying around. Is he still showing up on the transponder? Yes, he is. Last seen 0 seconds ago. He's making big loops. Now, we've been on this SDR on the far left. This is on a low frequency. This is on 22.7. And that's out of an SDR in California, right along the coast, which gets decent reception of stuff. Hasn't picked up any VLF, so that plane might have the wire, as we like to call it here, it might have the wire out. But if it is, it's not broadcasting anything. It's still sunshine in Hawaii right now. That's wild. I'm just thinking, do we maybe want to try one more SDR on that frequency? We'll try this one for a little bit. The chances are really low. I mentioned that earlier. 22.7. Okay. Oh dear. Nothing. Custom. Now the parameters and stuff that I'm putting in, you'll have to pull that from other streams. I'm just gonna mute that, actually. I don't need to listen to that. That looks like it's giving us some false positive. Whatever, we'll leave that for a little bit and see if we happen to get lucky. We're mainly interested with the SDR in the middle, which happens to be the exact same one that I used for the Skymaster event this time last year. Did have a little bit of a microphone coming on 11175. You see that little lighter horizontal banding. You also see it a bit more obvious on the no commentary stream. I'm just gonna go back to EAM.watch just to get an idea. How many messages were there? A decent amount. 2359. Oh yeah, I'm curious if it extended into the next day. Oh Lord. Why was it so busy? It did extend into the next day. 2023. It was a Thursday. And how long did it go for? 42. What was this day? That was weird. Okay. So it was on decent scale. It wasn't anything too passive. This one feels a lot more passive, ladies and gentlemen. A lot less going on here. TBH. So far. We are now about an hour and 49 minutes into this. We have heard one Skymaster format message. We haven't heard this E6 broadcast anything that we're aware of. We don't know its call sign. We don't know if it's going to broadcast anything. The ground stations have been relatively quiet. I know some of you are monitoring with additional SDRs, maybe covering additional frequencies, maybe missing something I am missing, but I don't know. I'm not seeing very much. Seems like a quieter one. It's interesting to me. I'm going to take an opportunity for Breakerino, if you'll allow it. I'm going to take a 10-minute break. We'll resume. Oh. After 0400 UTC. Let's all take a break, ladies and gentlemen. Come back in 10. If anything happens while I'm break, you know, we've got the stream. We've also got the no commentary stream, so you don't have to worry about anything like that. But any questions you guys have while I'm on break, feel free to drop in the chat box. Just gonna make myself, I don't know, a quick snack or something. Back in 10.
Juliet. Victor. Stand by. Victor. Echo. Alpha. Delta. Juliet. Victor. Stand by. Message 34 territories follow. Echo. Echo. Alpha. Delta. Juliet. Victor. Whiskey. Golf. Hotel. Whiskey. Romeo. Whiskey. 3. Kilo. 6. Golf. 5. 7. Delta.
Alright, I just need a minute to clean up, just to have a snack. We just heard an EAM, obviously, and we just saw it broadcast on VLF. That's the dolphin noises you guys were listening to earlier. But I have them muted now. We'll leave that muted because you don't actually need to hear that. Seems like there may also have been an audio issue with the other stream. That's been resolved now. I think the squelch is just set too high. But yeah, I'll be back in 3 minutes. Well, 4, 3 ish. Okay, I am back. Alright, so first things first, we did have a audio issue with the no commentary stream. I think the squelch was set much too high. That audio should be coming in fine now, so I wish I'd noticed that a little earlier. I almost want to like end it just to scrap the first. Yeah, I'm gonna end that stream and restart it. We're gonna worry about that in like 20 minutes, the no commentary stream. There's an EAM on 8992 right now. Why can't this SDR pick it up? One in Canada can, of all places. Wait, can this one? No, it cannot. What about that one? Oh, for heaven's sake. Hold on, folks. Is that an SDR or is that noise? That's just like local interference. Never mind. Okay, that SDR is useless then. Yeah, I'm gonna end the no commentary stream later and basically restart it because I wanted to start at like 0430, like a nice round number. Right after I went on break, which is how you know that the operators of the Hfgcs are watching this stream, because they figured, well, if he's not going to talk, we may as well broadcast now. They broadcast a 34-character message, which, if I heard it right, began with Whiskey Golf. Is that a new prefix for us? I think it might be. Let me just throw this back on frequency. I'm just going to double check that. I have to open Excel. Whiskey Golf. Yep. Seems to be a new prefix. 6. Yeah. Seems new to me if I heard that right. And you would have seen immediately after, and you would have heard it as dolphin noises. Wait, no, it's an X-ray echo. What am I talking about? It was just an X-ray echo. It's not a new prefix. You can tell right here from the transcription, which needs some proofreading, but that was why we zoomed into that earlier, because immediately after the E6 broadcast it as a VLF digital transmission. Neat asks, am I using the low frequency radio on KPH? The normal one does not get VLF very well. I'm using KPH for the other stream for the voice traffic because it doesn't have any timeout, but I actually have to end that one and restart it. Good to see you here, by the way. This one that I'm using for VLF, I'm not even sure where this is. KE66G. It is in Daly City, California. So I think that's just in like San Francisco, if I'm looking at the map correctly. Yeah, that's just in San Francisco. So it's near the KFS ones, and that's the one that happened to pick it up pretty good. If you're using KPH for the very low, there should be user slots available to you. Although I don't know if that's what you're getting at. I think you're just asking a general question. But no, I'm just using the normal. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not using the low frequency one for the voice traffic. So that should be okay. That stream is going to get restarted in 20 minutes because the first hour and a half doesn't even have audio, so that's going to be confusing for people. That's a separate topic. Maybe we'll bring that one up on screen just so you guys can see for a moment. We're going to run into trouble with that one. This is one that had no audio. We're going to restart it. Blah, blah, blah. You should notice, if you see those bands, that is coming from, I assume, Asia, because it's the same thing we saw last night for hours at a time. I don't know if that's related. I'm going to grab a log of that so I don't lose it. Perfect. That's going to be the 34-character message. The broadcast, what, around 0350? characters, and it was an X-ray echo. 25. We saw it rebroadcast as VLF. What is that noise? Am I having an episode? I think I'm having an episode. That's fine. We can do that. Broadcast VLF. Just filling in a Excel spreadsheet. All right, perfect. So you've got that one covered for VLF. All right, I'm going to end the other stream just because I'm really annoyed that there's no sound on it. And I'll restart it in private. I noticed Bellerophon commented while I was on break or immediately after and tried to find it. 8992 may have had traffic. Is that a sure thing? Did I miss like a full message? Gotta figure that out. Oh, you're getting the data cloud. I see. I'm actually gonna close my KPH for a second because I want to see that. We'll get rid of. Well, we'll come back to it. KPH. Is that 8077? 8072.
The only run.
I don't get hit with any copyrights. Okay. Oh yeah, there's that cloud. So for people not familiar, well, we just missed the cloud. But after the VLF transmission, some of them, they're like these massive cloud things, which I don't think we have any idea how to decode this. I don't know if we'll see it again, but it would be fascinating. I have some guesses on what those clouds are. Although I think it just got invalidated. Because if it's broadcasting it here, there's no point to what I thought it was. Yeah, that invalidates my guess for what those things were. Alright, so we can hop off KPH. So we're not double booked on it. It must be this SDR that's giving me brain. Yeah, okay, it's that one. It's the third computer I have open that's occasionally breaking squelch and mentally throwing me off. I'm just gonna mute it, because I just need to look at the waterfall for now. Harry asks, is Skymaster squawking? I don't think so. There he is right there. He doesn't look to me like he's squawking anything, really. He's just flying around in his own little lane. He's vibing. He's flourishing. All right. What I'm doing in the background right now is getting ready to restart the no commentary stream. And we're gonna have to leave that one privated until this stream ends, just because the way YouTube does this is wonky. I will go through later and reconcile the no commentary stream so that there is something workable. And that'll take some form or another, believe me, I'll take care of it. But for now, it's just going to be hidden from you guys, just for the analytics and stuff. The one with no audio for like an hour, that may be taken down, but the later one will go up. Like as soon as this commentary stream ends, the no commentary stream will be made public again. Someone's going to talk. And open it here. Because I think it's going to be our best bet for hearing whatever that was. It was brief, so I think it was just a radio check or something. The SDR in Lake Chelan, Washington has nice VLF and LF. Okay. That's all good and fine. Oh, wait, how do I check? I think PDGLS isn't here anymore, but if you happen to be here, I've posted about 2 notices in the last little bit. One is this one, which obviously we do have a Skymaster event in progress, so that is relevant. This one for the Atlantic, if you can take a look at it if you happen to be here. Is this relevant? Like for monitoring the Hfgcs? My hunch is no from staring at it more. But it's like a 29-hour airspace reservation. Anyways. Yeah, we might have a repeat in about a minute. The Atlantic is surface to unlimited, so it's not for trailing wire. Okay. I mean, maybe that's related to the UN General Assembly or some rocket or who knows what. I was vaguely wondering if this was going to turn out to end up emulating the April thing, which started on the 10th and lasted all the way to the 12th. This doesn't have really April 10th vibes, I guess. Might just be like a smaller self-contained thing similar to what happened on May. Because we took a look at the September 2023 exercise earlier in the stream, and that kind of seemed like a mostly self-contained thing that didn't drag on for too long. I think. That was the crazy weed thing. We've got 11175. Should be good. This isn't frozen. One of these two things should pick something up. Mm. I think that's a fair description. Nothing on voice. I've got another computer open with 8992. Nothing's happening there. Nothing on VLF. This seems like a weird one. Are we missing? Oh, there we go.
X-ray, Echo, Alpha, Delta, Juliet, Victor, stand by. X-ray, Echo, Alpha, Delta, Juliet, Victor, stand by. X-ray, Echo, Alpha, Delta, Juliet, Victor, stand by. Message of 3-4 characters follows. X-ray, Echo, Alpha, Delta, Juliet, Victor, Whiskey, Golf, Hotel, Whiskey, Romeo, Whiskey, 3, Kilo, 6, Golf, 5, 7, Delta, Victor, Yankee, Sierra, Mike, Delta, Yankee, Golf, 7, November, Whiskey, X-ray, Yankee, Bravo, Golf, Papa, I say again, X-ray, Echo, Alpha, Delta, Juliet, Victor, Whiskey, Golf, Hotel, Whiskey, Romeo, Whiskey, 3, Kilo, 6, Golf, 5, 7, Delta, Victor, Yankee, Sierra, Mike, Delta, Yankee, Golf, 7, November, Whiskey, X-ray, Yankee, Bravo, Golf, Papa. This completes message of 3-4 characters. This is net loss out.
Alright, so that came in decent on 8992. And what I've got to do is restart the no commentary stream to make sure we're capturing 11175. Mach 7 radio intercepts, good reception on 11175 from Victor Echo 7 Alpha Victor in British Columbia, Canada. Daniel Weed, weak but readable on my receiver at home in West Central Florida. Interesting. That's the other side of the world. I'm kidding. It's the other side of the country. Oh, because that would be coming from the E6, right? If it's broadcasting on the 20, so. Call sign deadlock. We've got a message. was just noisy to listen to. There's going to be a lot of static.
Standing by for traffic. I say again, this is net loss. Net loss. Standing by for traffic. This is net loss out.
And I am out on that noisy SDR. We're going to use this one. This is the one I was using on my other computer because it has a very good signal to noise ratio. This is located in Washington State, not DC, which is the mistake I always make. So we just heard deadlock standing by for traffic. Again, that's the E6, and that is a hallmark of Skymaster events, is when the E6 starts standing by for traffic. That's something they don't normally do. So that's another, I mean, obviously we know there's a Skymaster event ongoing at this point, but that's one of those quirks that you would only hear during this time. So this E6 on the right side of your screen, the one that's flying the loops, the one that we heard broadcasting the VLF earlier, that's deadlock. That is our Skymaster for today. And he broadcast an EAM at 0420. Which E6 is this? Alpha Echo 041B. There we go. I will cover that. I'm just keeping an eye on the other stream. So I start it at 4:30, relatively close to the dot. It bothers me a lot if I don't start these things on decent timestamps. And again, that one's going to be private temporarily, because the way YouTube works is whatever the most recent live stream you start is, that's the one that's going to promote to people. That will be made available to you guys later. It's just, I guess, since I am bothering to talk and etc., I would like people to be directed to this one first. I hope that's not too unfair. If it is, let me know. $40, $41, $42. As soon as I can start it, it'll be out of my mind, and then we can proceed. Eight, 9, click. And hopefully that started the right stream and didn't take over this one. Hello. Is somebody speaking on 11175 or doing something on 11175?
This is Slipknot. Slipknot. Standing by for traffic. I say again, this is Slipknot. Slipknot. Standing by for traffic.
Now, what was that call sign? Split rock? Rip rock? Both of those are potentially... What, rock? Slip lock. What is a slip lock? The slip lock slip type casing connection system. Okay. Never heard of it. They are always real words, so sometimes I have to double check. Because sometimes people like will invent these things and say that's the call sign. It's like that's not a thing. So we've got slip lock and deadlock. Rick Ross. That would be a sick call sign. It would count. It would be a valid call sign. Like if someone's like the call sign is Rick Ross, I'm sure I'd be like, okay. If everyone watching the stream right now wants to agree that the call sign is Rick Ross, we'll go with it. I don't think you'll get everyone to agree to that though. Just gonna double check one more thing in the background. I just want to make sure the no commentary stream is working this time. Yeah, so that will be made available to you guys. And basically the first thing it'll have is that 0430 standing by for traffic from the ground station. WHT folks, good reception here in SoCal. Yeah, you are ideally positioned to receive the message traffic tonight. Just to double check, let's see what else is going on with military traffic in the continental US tonight right now. Do I have that? So this is our guy. Oops. He was our guy until I knocked him off screen. That's our guy. He is our Skymaster right now. It is possible to have more than one, but I'm thinking the way this is shaping up, it is going to be just the one. Other traffic right now. The thing is, I could be staring at like some secret military. There's a P8 somewhere, maybe. I get that. I think would be interesting, but I don't know if that's relevant. A lot of stuff in Hawaii. Something is always going on in Elmendorf. I mentioned earlier there is apparently an exercise in Europe. There is at least one French ADSB monitor account posting about it. I'm just not familiar enough with what usually flies in Europe. You know, I know reaches our US military that bounce back and forth between the continents, but I won't be able to do that.
All stations, slip off, break. X-ray, Echo, Alpha, Delta, Juliet, Victor, standby. X-ray, Echo, Alpha, Delta, Juliet, Victor, standby. clears, slip log, out.
A lot of background noise in that one. I actually had a hard time hearing that. And I checked on a couple other frequencies. Maybe 15016 had it better. As far as the call sign, yeah, guys, I think Bellerophon had it dead on. It sounds like slip lock to me. It's not a big deal. It's definitely a lock. And then I think, well, I guess it will be a problem because the E6 is also a lock, isn't it? I heard deadlock for the E6. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll find out in 3 minutes. But 2 different lock call signs. Crazy Cheech comments, a whole lot of traffic under Minot, under TISB mode. Do I need Flight Radar 24 for that? Redonk asks what happened to Culinary. They just randomly reuse call signs. I think there was another channel that was telling people that Culinary has any kind of special meaning. It doesn't. They just randomly pick them from a list of call signs. So in other words, Culinary right now is, well, maybe not the same E6, but Culinary was just an E6. The go before 6 on your screen right now, that is an E6. That is the Skymaster. We should hear it, like I said, at 0440. No, sorry, we're going to hear it in 11 minutes.
All stations, this is report. Ready. Echo. Alpha. Delta. Juliet. Victor. Stand by. Exit. Juliet.
So I'm just going to open because a few people were kind of providing their reception reports, and I noticed that 15016 on the East Coast is coming in clean. So that would be coming from Andrews. We've changed our mind on the call sign of the ground station. We're going to figure that out later. We're going to leave that for now. You can get caught up on that, and I would suspect, because that's coming from the ground stations, maybe tomorrow, or maybe from reviewing the recordings. The University of Twente. Just somebody open the University of Twente SDR. Maybe we'll do it. Well, okay, let's give this thing a chance. In half an hour, we're going to hear this thing broadcast on 15016 from Andrews. That will be the call sign. I was misspeaking earlier. Go before 6, the E6, our friend. He's going to be broadcasting on the 20s and the 50s, so we're going to hear him in 7 minutes. I think that was exactly when I said 7 minutes. And probably, I guess, same message. Not sure if we'll hear VLF again. I heard it once. I'm happy with that. That's on screen. We've got that available. Great. Bingo. Thumbs up. Right now, it is possible that they're going to be transmitting stuff on the U.S. Navy frequencies, right? Talk about that. Like, I'm really bad at managing that. Yeah, I can't multitask on that level, to be honest with you guys. I would have to, like, do it and then stop talking, which isn't good for streaming. So, the trade-off of me streaming is hopefully you guys tell me where the streams are. I mean, or we can do a trade-off where I stop talking for, like, 10 minutes and we bounce back and forth. But yeah, I would guess they're broadcasting right now on Navy frequencies, right? Maybe we can pull that up on screen. Maybe I can do that much for you guys. We can look at some of the non-standard frequencies that they broadcast in the past. Can I do that? Yeah, I can do that. Just give me a second. There we go. Oh, that didn't work the way I wanted it to. What did you guys see a second ago? Hopefully it wasn't anything bad. I have to check now. Because unfortunately, if I have to take down the stream because I just showed you guys credit card information or something, I will have to. Oh, you just saw OBS. That's fine. I was having a panic attack. Righto. So this is the Jiang Wanyang Skymaster Surveillance Committee Discord. Can we zoom in on this? I don't think we can, unfortunately. Here are some of the non-standard frequencies used back in January. Here's some as well. I don't know if you want to screenshot that and zoom in on that. Those could be some to take a look at. Some here as well. If you want to screenshot that. I don't know if we have any documentation from the recent ones. So there are a couple there for you. Oh boy, per 24-hour connection timeout in 1 minute. That's okay, you haven't been that useful. Well, you were fairly useful. You got us to the VLF, but that's kind of been it from you. So we're okay with a 24-hour timeout. We're not going to cheat our way around that one. WHT folk, is that like white folk? I'm not sure. Let's say it the way it's spelled. 9031 is an E6 frequency used occasionally. Yeah, we've occasionally heard that one there. That's the Charlie Echo window. We've got some recordings on the channel actually. But my understanding is that frequency is used for E6 to E6 comms. Since there's only one E6 in the air right now, I wouldn't expect. Gonna close out that silencer. Thank you very much for your support of the channel. Good to see you here tonight. Up. I've just have to kill Discord again, by the way, because as far as running these streams for a long time, I can't. As it is a laptop which is not thermally optimal for running these long streams, the thing may as well already be hot enough to cook an egg on. So that is what it is. What do I have on screen for you right now? This one in Washington State, this one in Washington, D.C. How cute is that? So let's do something. Let's add our favorite SDR as of late. And I say that, yeah, it's been good to us, honestly. Oh, I'm timed out. Fair. What is our next favorite SDR? I don't even know if we have one right now. I have to keep that sidebar active. We'll deal with that in a moment. We are, by the way, in like 2 minutes expecting to hear the E6 broadcasting. Let's do that. Not KPH. I don't want to double book KPH. We already run all over that thing. Just curious if the E6 will broadcast on 8992. Let's do this. Let's throw that one to 175. These are not expected. This one in the middle, 8992 in California. Throw the sidebar back just so there's visibility of what's going on. Should be 30 seconds away from a message from the E6 on the right side of your screen. It's going to be this one. So let's turn off the squelch. Bear with me. Turn the squelch up some more. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on it actively to turn squelch off or unmute if he starts broadcasting, because I want to catch that call sign so we're not unsure. He's not going to broadcast, or are we not picking him up? Let's try one more thing. There's an SDR in Hawaii. We should be expecting a broadcast, right? Is he on another frequency? No, I've got 175 open on another computer. 4724. Why is he gone quiet? Is he broadcasting on a different timestamp? I don't know. That's a little odd. Wouldn't have expected that right now. Because he's still out there. B762. What does a Boeing B762 do? Let's leave that. Nothing. Nothing, ladies and gentlemen. He's quiet. 0452 UTC. Well, we will hear at 0500, we should hear from the ground station that they're standing by for traffic. And we're going to try and listen to that one from here in Washington, D.C., which is on the right side of your screen. I mean, it doesn't matter so much. I do try and make sure these are organized roughly geographically for you from left to right. So Hawaii, Washington State, San Francisco, Washington, D.C. Left to right, west to east. I mean, the two in the middle are potentially backwards, but they're roughly close to each other. Just pull this to the left a little bit, so you have a little bit more oversight of what's going on in California. Shiner 40 is a call sign I've seen before. Oh, okay, that's fine. Right, that's what I was gonna do. I'm gonna try and on the other computer. Does that have Discord installed per chance? No, it doesn't. That's okay. This thing has some battery life. Okay, we've got a plan here. Or a semblance of a plan for the 60 people watching the stream. Hello. I hope you are finding some value out of this. Well, I mean, I hope if nothing else that if you are interested in this, it inspires you to start monitoring yourself. I guess that would be my hope. And for one of you to do it and then post it online, and be a semblance more organized than what I have to put together for you. But righto, let's try this. Link panel. I forgot to shout out rx.linkfunnel.net during this stream. I've done this during most of the other streams, but folks, everything I'm pulling up on screen for you right now, these are SDRs which are made available to you for free, right? The people who host this, the hardware and the software, they just post it on that website. I'll do it again. rx.linkfanel.net. I can't zoom in on that, actually. And then you just find an SDR that you want. And these are all Kiwi SDRs, some web SDRs. You don't necessarily have to listen to me if you don't want to listen to me. There is the no commentary stream, but it's currently private because of some technical issues. It will go public again later. Probably when I'm done the commentary stream, that'll go live. But even right now, and some of you have your own hardware, or you're using your own SDRs, or using the website to tune in as well, and that's awesome. DWDW, hi, neat family, hello. Bro, I seen a whole squad of raptors today, made my day. That is sick. I just listened to noise on the radio all day and worked myself into a panic. Not like a full-blown panic, but like, is it happening? Is a thing occurring? Turned out to be. So it's kind of worth it in the end. I'm just gonna see because Mach 7 was doing a bunch of like reception reports. Saskatchewan, Canada. Which one is this? VE5. Okay. I mean, this will be hit or miss, but let's try this. I'm just going to pick a random frequency off that list that we looked at earlier and see if we maybe hit something. Again, because what I think is happening right now, or could be happening right now, are broadcasts on, I guess, US Navy frequencies. Just throw the SDRs back on screen just in case. Did this one freeze? Yep. Okay, 5074, 5251. $68.07. Is there something in common with all of these? These all seem to be outside of reserved bands. Is that the thing with them? 7703. Oh, but that's like so wide. 5074. Okay, so I'll just have that open and just keep an eye on the entire band that's not reserved and see if I see any voice traffic. That's how I will do that. That's not going to show up on screen for you guys though, so that's very boring. I basically just told you something I'm going to do off screen that may help the stream, but probably won't. Wonderful. Oh, I see. All right, less than a minute, we're going to hear a standing by for traffic. Let's try and hear that as mentioned earlier. So we're going to mute these guys. We're going to try and hear it from Washington, D.C. on 15016, because I think that's coming in nice. How much time is left? We'll wait until closer to like 5 seconds away to turn off the squelch, because Lord is the squelch noisy. He's going back. You guys were right.
This is Flipmore, standing by for traffic. I say again, this is Flipmore, standing by for traffic.
Yeah, that was Sliphorn. All right, we've changed our mind, but I think we're confident that was Sliphorn. Interesting stuff. I think.
All stations. This is Flipmore, break, extra, echo, alpha, delta, Juliet, Victor, standby, extra, echo, alpha, delta, Juliet, Victor, standby,
if he's returning to land. I mean, I say that with the benefit of watching him, like, turn away, but I don't think he's done yet. Maybe I'm wrong. I guess it would become obvious if he left the reservation area, but that's easier said than done in terms of being able to tell that. My guess. Do you know what this reminds me of is April? April 18th. Was that the one? No, sorry, not April. February. It reminds me of February. Let's pull that up. How do I pull that up? I actually don't want the full recording as such because that was one where I was asleep. I just want the transcriptions.
All stations, this is Slip 1, break, exit, echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, standby, exit, echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, standby, exit, echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, standby, message, 34 characters to follow, exit, echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, Sierra, Kilo, November, Sierra, 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 3, 5, Mike, Silver, India, Echo, Alpha, 5, Uniform, Charlie, 2, Whiskey, India, Alpha, Delta, 2, 6, Alpha, Bravo, Taylor, Bravo, Bravo, exiting event, exiting, echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, Sierra, Kilo, Bravo, Sierra, 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 3, 5, Mike, Taylor, India, Echo, Alpha, Bravo, Uniform, Charlie, 2,
Needs to be, you gotta get 90.
India, Alpha, Delta, 2, 6, Alpha, Bravo, Taylor, Bravo, Bravo. This is a briefing message of 34 characters. This is report.
So there's no nice way for me to put this on for, I think it's just saying standing by for traffic, but you can now see the E6 is rebroadcasting the message digitally. I've zoomed in for you. Which is good because I'm going to this is getting very good reception. I'm going to hop off because I want to make sure PDGLS doesn't get bumped off because we're double booked on KPH or anything like that. But I'm copying this because that was horribly difficult to hear. And just on the left there, he's just saying they're standing by for traffic. Okay, let's hop off that SDR now. Let me see, can this SDR pick it up? If it feels like working? It can't. Rubbish. All right, so that message from the transcription. X-ray Echo November Sierra 4 Kilo Sierra Kilo Romeo Sierra 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 3-5 Mike Tango India Echo Oscar Papa Uniform Charlie Zulu Whiskey India Alpha Delta Zulu 6 Alpha Papa Tango Bravo Bravo. I'm actually just going to type that out and I'll post it in chat for you guys. 4 Kilo. Hold on. X-ray Echo November Sierra 4 Kilo Sierra Kilo Romeo Sierra 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 3-5 Mike Tango India Echo Oscar Papa Uniform Charlie Zulu Whiskey India Alpha Delta Zulu 6 Alpha Papa Tango Bravo Bravo. There you go. That's free. That's a free transcription. At no charge to you. Merry Christmas. Alright, so that E6 is not done. But let me finish the train of thought I was on before we got there. Maybe that's why it was quiet earlier, by the way. What was the train of thought I was on? It would help to maintain a train of thought if we close all of these tabs that are open, to be honest with you. You guys can't see that. Right, I was thinking February 7th, 2024, the E6 that was in Europe doing like a solo operation. That was a day where there was just like a bunch of 34 character messages being broadcast over and over. Do I not have it here? I didn't post transcriptions for that day? Am I thinking of the right day? 24/02/07. Alright, that's not going to be any value to look at then. If you look at the transcriptions, I'll have to put Excel up on screen for you guys. It shouldn't be that difficult. Excel. Late is that difficult? Microsoft Excel. There we go. And if we zoom in so that it's more readable for you guys. So February 7th was a E6 over in Europe. And pretty much while it flew out, they started broadcasting these 34 character messages. And as you see, at some point it changed. And then around this time it stopped. Or like turned back. I don't know. That might be something to compare to. We're not going to do that on stream right now, because I can't keep Excel open. I really have to like micromanage, which I'm doing quite a bad job of, how many things I have open so this computer doesn't overheat. I have it fairly dim right now just so that the screen itself isn't contributing to heat, etc. It's difficult. Oh, it's more annoying than difficult. It's a good laptop, it's just no laptop is really designed to stream for hours at a time, right? They don't make them that way. Gaming laptops, I guess, could do it. Isn't this a gaming laptop? Anyways. Alright, so what can you expect next? In between me prattling on. So we might hear the E6, which we just heard broadcasting VLF. Immediately after Sliphorn finished the voice transmission, it began its VLF transmission, which is good that we're cognizant of that. Because if it was quiet, I think we'd be a lot more frustrated right now with the relative lack of activity. I would be curious how I'd be handling the moment if we didn't know how to intercept those. So PDGLS, if you're still watching, thank you very much for that. Again, I've said it a few times, but it can't go unstated. And there's a lot of people. You guys know who you are. I would have stopped, I think. I would have already stopped months ago if some of the folks hadn't shown up. A few people can't, it's too late for them, or almost in a sense too early for them. Whatever it is, not quite convenient for them. Ryan Sutherland, yeah, I mean, I can use my computer for hours at a time, but like when you're running OBS, it's a different beast. Unless you're saying you're streaming with a OBS using a ThinkPad for hours at a time, and you don't have any issues. I just don't like using Windows anymore, or Linux. I mean, Linux is just too difficult. It's a whole affair just to install Arch. So we'll throw that guy at 8992. Just thinking ahead right now. Someone was commenting earlier that my microphone was coming in, and I think I was just a little bit of tiredness in my voice is probably what you heard there. Tahoe, Shiner, what are these guys doing? I wonder if I could throw this up on screen. How much time do we have? 4 minutes. These guys, what are they doing? This looks cool. He's doing a path. He's doing a path. It's like butterfly over in that, where that racetrack pattern is. They got something going on there. Whether that's related, I don't know. C-17, whatever. This is our guy. This is our Skymaster. Just gonna take a moment. It's occurred to me I haven't looked at X in a bit. And I kind of threw a big red letters. Guys, okay, a couple messages. Oops.
All station. All station. Station sleep form. Sleep form. Right. X-ray. Echo. November. Sierra. 4. Kilo. Standby. X-ray. Echo. November. Sierra. 4. Kilo. Standby. X-ray. Echo. November. Sierra. 4. Kilo. Standby. Message follows. X-ray. Echo. November. Sierra. 4. Kilo. Sierra. Kilo. Romeo. Sierra. 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 3. 5. Mike. Tango. India. Echo. Oscar. Papa. Uniform. Charlie. Zulu, Whiskey, India, Alpha, Delta, Zulu, 6, Alpha, Papa, Tango, Bravo, Bravo. I'll say again. X-ray, Echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, Sierra, Kilo, Romeo, Sierra, 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 3, 5, Mike, Tango, India, Echo, Oscar, Uniform, Charlie, Zulu, Whiskey, India, Alpha, Delta, Zulu, 6, Alpha, Papa, Tango, Bravo, Bravo. This is Uniform out.
So that one wasn't on 11175? Because I was just looking at it on 1117. It would have been on the left on the Hawaii SDR, right? So that one, when was that first broadcast? Yeah, it was on 8992. It was on 15016. I don't think it was on 1175, which is kind of interesting. I don't know if that matters. What the heck is going on over there? Oh, hold on.
November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, stand by, message follows, X-ray, Echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, Sierra, Kilo, Romeo, Sierra, 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 3, 5, Mike, Tango, India, Echo, Oscar, Papa, Uniform, Charlie, Zulu, Whiskey, India, Alpha, Delta, Zulu, 6, Alpha, Papa, Tango, Bravo, Bravo. Say again. X-ray, Echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, Sierra, Kilo, Romeo, Sierra, 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 3, 5, Mike, Tango, India, Echo, Oscar, Papa, Uniform, Charlie, Zulu, Whiskey, India, Alpha, Delta, Zulu, 6, Alpha, Papa, Tango, Bravo, Bravo. This is Slipcom, out.
Okay, so I'm not sure about 4724, but basically that message, that's a relatively newer one. It was first broadcast at 5:05. At 5:17, it was rebroadcast on 8992 and 15016, but not 11175. And then what we heard just now on 0521, as far as I can tell, was only on 11175. So it's something. I noticed that because a no commentary stream for 0517 wasn't getting a broadcast. I'm like, what the heck? So I had to throw it to 8992, and then I just threw it back to 11175 again. And again, that no commentary, which had to get stopped and restarted about an hour ago. The audio is now working for it. It'll go public when I go to sleep, which is going to be soon, to be honest with you guys. Probably an hour from now. But that no commentary stream will switch to public right afterwards for you. And you'll be able to rewind to about 4:30 for anything captured there. And it's just going to stay on 11175. And as I mentioned earlier, I hope that KPH doesn't freeze it or time it out halfway through, which they're entitled to do. We can't get... Is that an E6? No, it's not. It's a C-17. Landing... Maybe... Travis. Anyways. Take that up. The timestamps have been weird so far. And I'll open Excel just to point out again. February 7th, I think, even though that was for an E6 in Europe, may end up being informative here. If these things will please cooperate. There we go. I will turn it off again shortly afterwards. But you do sort of see, like, there is, most of them are broadcasting, you know, at the top and the bottom of the hour, but then there are these random repeats at, like, 36, 35, 44, 34, 40. That's a different message. That is many, but I don't know how thorough we were in monitoring back then. Anyways, we're going to close that now. I think that'll be the last time we look at Excel in this stream. I'm just going to close that permanently now. Right. So I think it's going to be a bust with the U.S. Navy frequencies. Maybe... mainsail with a test count there. Lovely stuff, I guess. It was mainsail, not Hickam, right? I thought I heard Hickam for a second, but I don't think it was Hickam. That was on 8992, 11175. I don't have 15016 open anywhere right now. Throw Washington back to 15016. This is 11175 in Washington State. Really weak reception now lately, though. What's going on there? This is usually a good SDR. I'm gonna check in the background. What is this? Alpha Echo 041B. What kind of ACARs has it been doing, if at all? Alpha Echo 041B. 3 minutes ago, pinged its altitude. How about historical search? Can I throw this on the screen for you guys? So tbg1.airframes.io. Or wait, no, it's just tbg.airframes.io now. He got rid of the 1. But that's what I'm using. Alpha Echo 0. That's not going to work. Because I typoed. Satcom. This thingy. I don't know what this means. You guys will have a better idea than I do. Or you might. Let's take a look again. Does a C-17 matter? I think he's just happening to land at Travis, but it's so tempting to like look at the way it's landing and be like, oh my goodness. Is something about to occur? Is something about to happen, perchance? Are events about to unfold? Is a situation about to occur which will place us on a magical quest? Blathering. Something?
All stations, this is Livermore, break, Echo, November, 0, 4, Kilo, on, X-ray, Echo, November, 0, 4, Kilo, This is Livermore Kyle. All stations, this is Livermore. Break. Exit. Echo. November. Sierra. 4. Kilo. Gamma. Exit. Echo. November. Sierra. 4. Kilo. Gamma. Exit. Echo. November. Sierra. 4. Kilo. Gamma. Message of visual changes follows. Exit. Echo. November. Sierra. 4. Kilo. Sierra. Kilo. Romeo. Sierra. 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 3. 5. Mike. Tango. India. Echo. Alpha. Apollo. Uniform. Charlie. Zulu. Liberty. India. Alpha. Delta. Zulu. Pacific. Alpha. Apollo. Tango. Bravo. Bravo. I say again. Exit. Echo. November. Sierra. 4. Kilo. Sierra. Kilo. Romeo. Sierra. 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 3. 5. Mike. Tango. India. Echo. Alpha. Apollo. Uniform. Charlie. Zulu. Liberty. India. Alpha. Delta. Zulu. Pacific. Alpha. Tango. Bravo. Bravo. This completes message of 34 characters. This is Sydney. Livermore. 412. Standby. X-ray. Echo. Alpha. Delta. Juliet. Victor. Standby. X-ray. Echo. Alpha. Delta. Juliet. Victor. Standby. X-ray. Echo. Alpha. Delta. Juliet. Victor. Standby. Message of 34 changes follows. X-ray. Echo. Alpha. Delta. Juliet. Victor. Whiskey. Bravo. Hotel. Whiskey. Romeo. Whiskey. 3. Kilo. 6. 12. 5. 7. Delta. Victor. Yankee. Sierra. Mike. Delta. Yankee. 12. 7. November. Whiskey. X-ray. Yankee. Bravo. Solo. Omaha. Again. X-ray. Echo. Alpha. Delta. Juliet. Victor. Whiskey. Bravo. Hotel. Whiskey. Bravo. Whiskey. 3. Kilo. 6. 12. 5. 7. Delta. Victor. Yankee. Sierra. Mike. Delta. Yankee. 12. 7. November.
So I'm gonna hop off of it shortly, but I did. I'll let him finish. Alright, he finished. So we need to hop off KPH in a moment because I don't want to risk disrupting anything, but we are on very nice reception on the lower bands. You see that on VLF it was broadcasting those same messages. So this is the one ending Bravo Bravo. And then here X-ray Echo November Sierra 4 Kilo. It does it again, X-ray Echo November Sierra 4 Kilo. And then X-ray Echo Alpha Delta Juliet Victor. X-ray Alpha Delta Juliet Victor, and then the rest of the 34 character message. X-ray Alpha Delta Juliet Victor, Whiskey Golf. Victor, Juliet Victor, Juliet Victor. Alright, and now it's just generating noise. That's fine. Alright, so we're going to close KPH. High need intel. Yes. Now, for anyone wondering, I wonder if we can look at it here. Oh, Hawaii will have it. Hawaii doesn't have it? Okay, then fine. JFO. This SDR in Japan should have it. It's busy. Channel 5. Weird. We're going to... I don't want to go on the KPH again. You'll see it on the no commentary stream, but that noise that was on 11175 last night looks like it's back. Wouldn't the University of Twente have it? Mute. Memories. 175. Zoom in. I think that's a radar, though. That's not what I'm looking to depict. Okay, that's fine. So what we're gonna do here, sorry for the dead air, I'm just thinking the opposite of whatever thinking out loud is. Inside thinking, quiet thinking. Yeah, the no commentary stream will go public when this one ends. That's fine. And that one is kind of going... Actually, we'll just turn that on right now. What does it matter? Can I just throw that on right now? Because at this point, I am going to go to sleep soon. Sometime in the next, 20, 40 minutes. I don't know. I am tired. I think you can tell from my voice. which means probably a bust for the Navy stuff, at least for me. I imagine some of the news groups, one of the monitors there might have it. And they'll have that information available to you guys some point in the future, I guess. If that's relayed to me, I will relay it to you in some form. Not necessarily imminently, though. My idea is at some point we put together some kind of, video going through all the Skymaster events in 2024, kind of chapter by chapter, or maybe short videos. I don't know. We'll figure that out. And that's when I'll kind of have like summaries. Kate needs to go to bed herself. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thanks for showing up, Kate. It will be available to you when you wake up in the morning. All right, the no commentary stream is just now publicly available. And you'll see what I mean if you guys hop over there. Hop back to this one, though. Or don't, I don't care. No commentary stream, click. Just gotta pin that. Oh, right, and I have to pin commentary stream over in this one. And now, because that's public, I think we can just throw that on screen so you guys can see what I'm talking about. So that. Can you guys hear that? No, that's fine. You don't need to hear it. It's just, it's the same noise that was present during a lot of last night's stream, or at least a fair portion. And we've previously narrowed that down to... I just have to have the SDRs on screen so I don't accidentally talk over something. I think we previously narrowed that down to... We were thinking Anderson Air Force Base over in Guam. Although that's not quite on the right frequency. I don't know. That's weird. That's a strange signal. I don't know what to make of that one. Let's leave that to the side for now. But yes, it is present. You will hear that. It's probably going to mess with the overnight streams quality of reviewness, but maybe it's worthwhile because that kind of throws a wrench in our theory that it's obviously the US military. Would they have that going on right now if it was them? They have enough on their plate. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that now. It's centered on 11175. It's not actually on 11175 though, depending how you want to look at it. Like, it kind of looks like it's 11173 upper sideband. I don't know. Anyways. So was it actually at 420 the E6 that was broadcasting, or did we just mistake the call sign? Let's rewind our own stream. This is gonna get meta. Because I need to make sure we understand this for tomorrow. I don't want anyone thinking that I was like deliberately not having regard for what they commented in the chat box. I thought at 420 we heard the E6. Where is that now? Was it not at 420? Is my log wrong? Oh, okay, there it is. Hold on. And it was muted. There we go.
Echo, Alpha, Delta, Juliet, Victor, stand by. Yes, message of 3-4 net loss out.
Huh. No, we've gone meta. I've rewinded, so what you heard just now is the stream earlier. That's the E6, right? That's a different call sign. That's the one I want to make sure that I don't like in the morning say, oh, that was an E6 and we actually meant there was a ground station or something. So we have to listen to that call sign again.
4 characters. This is net loss out.
Net log? Deadlock.
4 characters. This is net loss out.
I'm just gonna go with deadlock because it sounds like a cool call sign. So we did hear him, but we've only heard him once. At 420, right?
This completes message of 3-4 characters. This is net loss out.
Alright, so that was him. At 420, we agree that's not the ground station. I assume. So we've heard the E6 once. We've heard him do VLF quite a few times. So that's something. It's cool. It's cool. I like that we heard it. Oops. Zoomed out. The B762s. I don't know. What does a 762 do? Uh-oh, did I just lose the E6? Count equals Alpha Echo 041B. There he is. We last saw him 100 and... Oh, there he is. He's back on. We lost it for about 2 minutes. But his signal is back on ADSB exchange, so that's fine. What else do we want to do here? Yeah, no voice traffic at 550, right? So he's been quieter. And I wonder... So Alpha Echo 041B. Now I'm thinking out loud, and it doesn't really make sense. Orion, I saw the other stream and started to get concerned, but I'm glad to see it's planned and not a result of what's happening in the middle. Yeah, no. No, these are scheduled events. The reason I'm on the Intel Frogs account is because he's been documenting the E6s going through the block upgrades, and I know he's got that as an image. Let's see if I can find that. Let's do this. He has a chart. Okay. Alpha Echo 041B, Block 2. What does ALCS stand for again? Automated Launch It's a thing. It's definitely a thing. Orion, I almost want to ask, like, what is the other stream, but at the same time, I don't care. You can't save everyone. Alpha Echo 041B. Obviously, this isn't up to date. He posted this in August, but this is just his chart of which ones have gone through Block 2. And Alpha Echo 041B was also kind of fiddling around with the stuff we were watching yesterday. Let's see. Globe. We're just filtering for the E6s right now. Is it the 24th? Oh, it's already filtering me. What was it, the 23rd or the 22nd when we had like the two E6s that were almost like butterfly dancing with each other over the Gulf? I think Alpha Echo 041B was one of them. Yeah, here we go. On the 23rd. I don't know how to do the replay thing, or I do, but I'm not going to do it right now. Alpha Echo 041C. Oh, it wasn't. Alpha Echo 0414. Never mind. 414, 41C, 415. Locked out again. JC comments, the Airborne Launch Control System provides a survivable launch capability for the U.S. Air Force's LGM-30G Minuteman III ICBM force. Yeah, that is what ALCS stands for. I knew it was a whatever missile stuff. I don't know what that. I should ask him what this means. Oh, yes, and then date, I guess. Who's been posting about Alpha Echo 041B? What's it been up to recently? That's me. Oh, okay. So on the 21st, it was over the Gulf broadcasting on VLF. So that'll be interesting. Yeah, only a few E6s have been active the last few weeks. I don't know if you've noticed that. Anyhow. Sometimes I complain about E6s. I'm just curious if I've ever complained about this one. I'm just seeing who else has posted about it while I'm at that. I don't think I have. But like Alpha Echo 041C, I've definitely complained about before. Yeah, there we go. This is officially an anti-Alpha Echo 041C zone. We hate it. I mean, hate is powerful emotion to invest into a U.S. military airplane, but it sucks. Just by manner of example. Activity timeout, half an hour. I tell you what, folks, we'll do another half hour. I don't know if I have another half hour in me. I don't know if I do. It's it's iffy timing, I guess. I don't know what to make of it. New commentary stream, very good. You know what? This could very well be the last Skymaster event of the 2024 calendar year. It's definitely the last one of the fiscal year, because the fiscal year ends on the 30th. I'm going to try. We're going to try and do another 30 minutes of monitoring, just in case something happens. He's been up in the air for a while. I mean, he did take his time getting up, but he's been up there for a while. He left sometime after 0100, so he's been up for about 5 hours-ish, a little under that. He's been broadcasting traffic not that long, to be honest with you. This would have been a lot better for everyone involved if it had started 12 hours later.
X-ray, Echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, stand by. X-ray, Echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, stand by. X-ray, Echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, stand by. Message of 34 characters follows. X-ray, Echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, Sierra, Kilo, Romeo, Sierra, 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 3, 5, Mike, Tango, India, Echo, Oscar, Papa, Uniform, Charlie, Zulu, Whiskey, India, Alpha, Delta, Zulu, 6, Alpha, Papa, Tango, Bravo, Bravo. I say again. X-ray, Echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, Sierra, Kilo, Romeo, Sierra, 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 3, 5, Mike, Tango, India, Echo, Oscar, Papa, Uniform, Charlie, Zulu, Whiskey, India, Alpha, Delta, Zulu, 6, Alpha, Papa, Tango, Bravo, Bravo. This completes message of 34 characters. This is Flip Horn, more to follow. Stand by. X-ray, Echo, Alpha, Delta, Juliet, Victor, stand by. X-ray, Echo, Alpha, Delta, Juliet, Victor, stand by. X-ray, Echo, Alpha, Delta, Juliet, Victor, stand by. Message follows. Disregard this transmission. This is Flip Horn out. All stations, this is Flip Horn, break, X-ray, Echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, stand by, X-ray, Echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, stand by. Echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo. Stand by. Message of 34 characters follows. X-ray, Echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, Sierra, Kilo. Romeo, Sierra, 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 3, 5, Mike, Tango, India, Echo, Oscar, Uniform, Charlie, Zulu, Whiskey, India, Alpha, Delta, Zulu, 6, Alpha, Papa, Tango, Bravo, Bravo. I say again, X-ray, Echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, Sierra, Kilo, Romeo, Sierra, 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 3, 5, Mike, Tango, India, Echo, Oscar, Papa, Uniform, Charlie, Zulu, Whiskey, India, Alpha, Delta, Zulu, 6, Alpha, Papa, Tango, Bravo, Bravo. This completes the message of 34 characters. This is Whitmore, more to follow, stand by. X-ray, Echo, Alpha, Delta, Juliet, Victor, stand by. X-ray, Echo, Alpha, Delta, Juliet, Victor, stand by. X-ray, Echo, Alpha, Delta, Juliet, Victor, stand by. Message of 34 characters follows. X-ray, Echo, Alpha, Delta, Juliet, Victor, Whiskey, Golf, Hotel, Whiskey, Romeo, Whiskey, 3, Kilo, 6, Grand, 5, 7, Delta, Victor, Yankee, Sierra, Mike, Delta, Yankee, Golf, 7, November, Whiskey, X
Couple things, but we'll start with a stupider thing first. There was someone I just blocked from the chat because they were coming in and like, oh, this is not a drill, and because they said their name twice, that means it's real. Is it like Mark Twain, or is it a tribute to Mark Twain, that quote that's like, um, it's hard to argue with a smart person, it's impossible to argue with a stupid person. I understand there's some value in kind of having conversations with someone who says something about the HFGCS like that. Because maybe you're kind of listening as a bystander and you're like, wait, like what does that mean when they say their call sign twice? Um, it definitely doesn't mean what that person means because we know all of the traffic we hear from like the ground stations, they'll say, this is call sign, call sign. They tend to repeat their call sign sometimes, and that's not because it's a secret message that means World War III is about to begin or that a military exercise is not an exercise. It just means that that's part of the procedure. Um, like I said, I understand there's some value, so I used to try and have conversations with those kinds of people. I don't have the energy for it anymore, and I guess as I get older, as horrible as that sounds, as I get older, I realize you have to triage who you fight with. So I blocked that guy. The other person, I don't know. Yeah, there are things happening in the world. There's always something happening in the world. Like, pick any day this year. Find me a day where the US could have done a military exercise and someone wouldn't have said, oh, this must relate to this that's going on somewhere. Pick any day. You can't find one. There's always war in the world. So that's the simple answer to that one. But that's not unfair. I understand at a time like today, we are opposite Agenda Free TV, Steve Lookner, who, I have a big trouble. I don't have that much of a problem with him. I'm not sure how I feel about him. He's definitely more of an entertainer than a news guy, but so am I sometimes, right? That's hard. YouTube is bleh. Anyways, but he's streaming right now to 9,000 people about what's going on in the Middle East. Oh, good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Yes. Null/Paulus is one of the people who's been helping out a lot the last few weeks and months, particularly in the Zhang Wanyang Skymaster Surveillance Committee Discord, and I'm glad he was able to show up for part of this. So we'll talk about this tomorrow. I'm actually, as you're waking up, I'm getting tired and ready to go to bed. Skymaster event did begin. Began a little bit after 200. We've heard one Skymaster message, and we have the E6 that is in the 12-hour reserved airspace. He's been fairly quiet. He broadcast a message at 4:20. Other than that, it's mostly been the ground stations broadcasting 34-character messages several times. And we have also had, you'll like this, it's been broadcasting on VLF, but it's just been rebroadcasting the messages from the ground station, so just the EAMs, the 34 characters, but just one Skymaster message. Don't think we've heard anything on the NATO trigraphs. A couple of people have dropped questions, so I want to tackle those, and then we can kind of go from there. Let's see. Gavin, are these transmissions originating from the Beale Air Force Base ground stations due to its proximity to the exercise aircraft? So they are also coming from the other HFGCS ground stations. But yeah, I mean, most likely the E6 is getting its transmissions with good reception from either West Coast, so the Beale Hfgcs stations. It could also be Hickam over in Hawaii. I don't think it matters too much. As far as what we have on screen right now, on the right, that's Washington, D.C., so that's all the way on the East Coast. This is Hawaii. We've had a variety of SDRs up on screen earlier. And we also have the no commentary stream, which, by the way, Paula, since you're here, it originally started about an hour and a half before, but we noticed about 20 minutes before this stream starts, the other stream had no audio. So I restarted it, and the other one is unlisted, and I have to go through and double check, is there really no audio? But I would assume between the commentary stream and this one, we should have most things. So yeah, as always, we've had some annoying snafus. But that one anyways, sorry, just to tie it back into what we were just talking about. Not this stream. This stream. This is KPH in California. So that one will be available. The other question from Gavin again, what does training with the E6 accomplish? I'm going to go with Null's answer. Why does the military train in general? So that they're ready when stuff actually happens, and that is absolutely true. Nothing ever happens anyways, but they have to be ready just in case. I mean, really, oh, Gavin clarifies, what are they training in specific? Is it the communication system? Well, they're training a few things right now. We have some idea of what they're training. Skymaster events, as I mentioned earlier, my understanding is that at least some of them are sort of like a war game where they're rehearsing either proactive or retaliatory attacks against peer adversary nations. If you want to put that a little bit more clickbaity, they're practicing World War III. Usually the Skymaster events are a lot more epic. Epic for the win. This one is fairly subdued, so I think they're just practicing one part, which is what they kind of practice all the time with the Hfgcs anyways, or at least very often, which is an E6 communicating with a submarine. At least we would assume that's what's going on right now. There have been cases where like they're broadcasting and it's not obvious if there's any recipient, but I would assume in this case there is a submarine. We might see things on like DVIDs. The Department of Defense's visual information whatever website. Give it some time and basically maybe we'll see some news or photos from this. I don't know. Someone was mentioning earlier that they think all of the Skymaster events this year can be explained by NATO press releases. I wasn't sold on that idea. Oh, what's this? Oh, come on. It toggled it away. But that shows up a lot, so I don't think that's related. I was just wondering. Unlikely to be related. Oh, JC's comment, I think, is a response to Gavin's question, which we were just on. Yeah, they can be practicing communication operators. They can be, practicing the operators, having staff familiar with the equipment. That's another part of it, too, is actually having these people go through it. Gavin, yeah, you're welcome. I'm glad you appreciated the stream. Ryan asks, have I ever thought to get a radio and antenna at my location? Yeah, this comes up fairly often. Not in the cards for me. I don't think I'm in an area of relevance, and I also move around a lot, um, which has led to me living a fairly monastic lifestyle as of late. Carrying around 3 computers is more than enough for me. I don't need antennas and radios and extra stuff. I would really like someone in California. That's the big thing here. I'm not an American citizen. I don't live in America, unfortunately. I live in I've doxed myself enough, I think. Not completely, but yeah, people know I live in Canada. So that's part of the problem. You can get good reception from Canada. I'm not saying you can't, but without divulging too much information, I live somewhere that's kind of redundant, maybe a way of putting it. I can't think of a better way of putting that, but it's me getting an SDR adds nothing. What I think would be worthwhile, I've said this before during one of the streams. What we're running into as problems right now, something on kind of the lower end of the US. I don't know what exactly the cutoff would be, but you know, if this is Lincoln, Nebraska, this would kind of be the cutoff point where I'd kind of want SDRs below this, with the exception of Wisconsin, for reasons that some of you will be familiar with. Um, this area, this SDR doesn't have a timeout, but it mutes 11175. And KPH has been very nice. I haven't emailed them, by the way, which is why I haven't been using them that much this month, because I'm like, I'm going to use it for the Skymaster event, and then I'm going to email them afterwards and kind of beg for forgiveness. I don't want to email them before in case they said no, to be dreadfully honest with you. But it would be nice to have an SDR here with no timeout. We used to have one in Kansas, and it just fell off the map, which it happens. Skip Land is a good SDR. It has been great. It has its problems. I think it's just the Gulf. The Gulf is weird. But yeah, if I were to like say I want any SDR anywhere in the US, I think the best place would be California. I want one of these just with no timeout. And then as a bonus, one on the east coast of the US. This one actually doesn't have a timeout, but it doesn't pick up messages during the day. JC saying project gives that away. I think I got that from the Australians, actually. Because I used to say project. Project. Huh. They actually rubbed off on me. Okay. I didn't notice that. Yeah. Yeah, I can't give too much information. Golf is weird, checkmark. Yeah, golf is weird. Everything about the golf is weird. I think we're gonna wrap up here. Obviously, the no commentary stream will keep going. As I mentioned, that's going to be at the mercy of KPH. I'm hoping when I wake up in a little over 8 hours that it's still up, it's running continuously, it hasn't missed anything. As I say that, some noise just appeared on it. Let's go find that noise. So the no commentary stream. Oh, that's FSK. For anyone confused, we're being meta right now. We're watching a stream in the stream. So that's what you just heard. So that was briefly on 11175 for some reason. And it looks like it was only picked up by KPH. Well, these are on different frequencies, that's why. What else did I want to, before we wrap up? They're gonna broadcast a message at 6:30. So I'm kind of on a timer here. I'll speak briefly after they're done, but not very long. So this will kind of be the last opportunity for solid things. I guess as a recap, so this is, as far as we know, the 7th Skymaster event of 2024. I expect it to be the last one. Certainly of the fiscal year, because it ends next week, but also of the calendar year. I don't think I'll make any more forecasts for the year. If that ends up being the case, I think we've had a really good track record in terms of forecasting these and kind of hitting the mark. And what I want to start working on at some point in the next few months, I guess partially for the YouTube audience, we'll have to do some kind of recap, and I'll wait to closer to the end of the year just in case I'm wrong and there are more Skymaster events this year. But we can at least start compiling something, kind of just, almost like a chaptered video, and just one by one the Skymaster exercise that we saw in 2024. Nope, that's early.
Star. Sierra. This completes message note, airport characters, is what's up.
I don't remember where I left off before that message started broadcasting. Oh, right. I was saying we kind of need to make some kind of video or something, but I want to work towards a website or like a wiki or just something that shows up in search results, even if it ends up being like a modest goal of like a blog spot. Literally, continuing where Larry left off with some of the stuff. Just so that it shows up in searches. That's kind of my concern. That's how I found stuff. That's how I hope people find stuff in the future. The YouTube thing works only so well, I think. Why am I still... Okay, fine.
This is Swiss-born, break, X-ray, Echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, standby, X-ray, Echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, standby, X-ray, Echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, standby. Message note, 34 characters, follow. X-ray, Echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, Sierra, Kilo, Romeo, Sierra, 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 3, 5, Mike, Tango, India, Tango, Oscar, Papa, Uniform, Charlie, Zulu, Whiskey, India, Alpha, Delta, Zulu, 6, Alpha, Papa, Indigo, Bravo, IKN, X-ray, Echo, November, Sierra, 4, Kilo, Sierra, Kilo, Romeo, Sierra, 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 3, 5, Mike, Tango, India, Echo, Oscar, Papa, Uniform, Charlie, Zulu, Whiskey, India, Alpha, Delta, Zulu, 6, Alpha, Papa, Tango, Bravo. This completes message of 34 characters. More to follow. Stand by. X-ray, Echo, Alpha, Delta, Juliet, Victor, stand by. X-ray, Echo, Alpha, Delta, Juliet, Victor, stand by. X-ray, Echo, Alpha, Delta, Juliet, Victor, stand by. Message note, 34 just follows. X-ray, Echo, Alpha, Delta, Juliet, Victor, Whiskey, Golf, Hotel, Whiskey, Romeo, Golf, Hotel, Whiskey, Romeo, Whiskey, Street, Kilo, 6, Golf, 5, 7, Delta, Victor, Yankee, Sierra, Mike, Delta, Yankee, Golf, 7, November, Whiskey, X-Ray, Yankee, Bravo, Golf, this is a complete message of 34 characters. This is the corner out. This is the corn. Stand by for traffic. I say it again. This is the corn. Stand by for traffic. This is the corn. Out.
Alright, I remember where I mentally was at, or what I was talking about, rather, before that round of repeat messages began. But I don't know how to get back to there, because I'm so sleepy. The Skymaster exercises are really quite interesting, and it kind of ties into a conversation that was just had in the chat box. It's an exercise. This is not real as such. Nothing ever happens, except, you know what? Things happen every day somewhere. Not to get like overly romantic about, well, not even romantic concerning the topic material, but you know, someone loses someone every day. Someone dies every day in the context of a war, a conflict somewhere in the world. Hundreds of people die every day for wars. It's a luxury for us to say that nothing ever happens. Having said that, why do we have that luxury where most of the time nothing happens for us? Because of this terrifying system. And I've talked about this. I think this is not too unlike what it might have sounded like during, say, the Cuban Missile Crisis, or during Able Archer 83, or any of, you know, the clickbaity things. But I've always kind of been interested in that weird broadcasts, stuff like this. I mentioned a few weeks ago in a post, not even that many weeks ago, recently. Uh, well, I posted about it recently. I've spoken about it before, and it's been a while since I've spoken about it. The old radio show Coast to Coast AM, albeit it's not a direct influence as such lately, because we've kind of gone in a different direction, I feel like. And I don't hold even a candle to uh, the late great Art Bell in terms of hosting a space. I don't have his approach to things, which is well, different styles, right? But just taking an interest in this stuff, right? These spooky communications, which do really have a great gravity in terms of what they are practicing right now. It is quite scary, in a sense, but the reason it works is because of how scary it is. This is essentially using these exercises serve multiple purposes. And one of those purposes is not giving people on, YouTube an excuse to get all riled up and panicky. Or, the stuff that we've usually seen on YouTube. Even this channel is probably not the purpose of it. But one of the many purposes that doing these exercises serves is so that the people who might consider attacking the United States of America sees this, hears this, and says, oh, this is who we'd be messing with if we messed with it. This is what they are capable of. This is what they are equipped to do. I am sure I've said this before, and I've joked about it, and said it seriously. If Russia, actually, what am I trying to say? Russia probably has a guy who does what I does in terms of just sitting around listening to this all day. China probably has a guy who does what I'm doing. You know what? Even allies, the United Kingdom probably has a guy who listens to this. And this, I would suggest, is one of the more interesting periods for them to listen to, and my impression is based on the fact that I find this more interesting to listen to. Ryan Sutherland, yeah, it's called force projection. They are that's what they're doing. It is very late. I can tell because now my sentences aren't finishing in a coherent manner. So maybe we'll leave it there because I said something poignant earlier, and now I'm just kind of losing it. A Skymaster event remains in effect, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 6 hours. I will be asleep shortly, so I won't be able to actively commentate on what happens, but we do have the no commentary stream running. And that's available for you guys to hop over to if you are awake. Is that pinned in the chat box for you? I hope it is. If not, just check the front page of the channel. It'll be there. I think that's it. Let's wrap it up there. There'll be more to talk about with this. Maybe this will be one where I do a denouement or something later. Yeah, I'm tired. It's late. Wherever you are, folks, have yourself a good rest of your morning, your afternoon, your evening, and we'll see what happens. I mean, nothing happens, but we'll see what occurred in the morning. Bye bye.